This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
That's all to go back. Where am I going?
No comment from Brian Walshe after he was charged with the murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walshe told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walshe came here to this Home Depot store, located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walshe drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walshe drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walshe property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walshe was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as disinterring of a body.
Please be seated. Let's now session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court indictment number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walsh.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated. Let me start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning and a few things you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanelment, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanelment, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties it doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of defendant's motion eliminate to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling, the Walsh residence, and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed to. Either party wished to put on that in oral argument.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of investigation. Police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked.
What sets us apart? The Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, we are guided by the mission to serve and protect.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough, and its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night. With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walshe and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I intend to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr. Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walshe sent the photo to Mr. Fasto in series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right, what paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in limb to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Houston?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote, in my effort to be ever transparent, this is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And
Got
all
my own.
right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will throw, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on. I don't think the law's any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. Doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say, I lied to the police. All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we have still 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come
on. Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
What?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that council wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and then I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized. It means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible. We believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and can be marked as for ID concerning financial records. So we're going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question,
Yes,
but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number. This is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't want in there. All I have is the elements of first degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we...
Opioid addiction doesn't have one face or one story. There's always that moment when you feel sick, when you feel like you're losing control, when you know something has to change.
Sort of felt to me, maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other 2 charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing transfer to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So,
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good. Indictment. Singular.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Finnear, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, attendance shall be heard. Those in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Good morning, jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. Jurors, hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take a step further with the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. So the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I scan first from the left rear to the right, front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. It sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news? Yeah. And you also have open minds. With those questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn in? Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will punctually try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by the Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walsh, a Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walshe with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walshe in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, you are trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during the trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what a lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements or closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case. And I give to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private, work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the other.
We're successful because we don't take our foot off the pedal. I push sanctuary for different initiatives that I think
As evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it, you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes the witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to make your mind before them. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony of the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder. And the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walshe's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense.
Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes, but honestly, they're just way out of my budget. So they were going to be
Absorb it at this point is that there are 5 component parts, and each of those component parts must to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you'd be thinking about. One of two of you may ask about these actually when you were being selected as jurors, and I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. Make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long between 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. We continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I ask you every morning. It's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right? The lawyers at the side of the bench. Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly, without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walshe, and her husband is Brian Walsh. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walshe because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walshe commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walshe lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walshe had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walsh was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Shaw. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walsh. Now, the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walsh back again. And she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walsh is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions. And Mr. Walsh repeats, Anna left the home in Cohasset January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. He called the police. What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The callers, Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington.
You've got a glow about you, inside and out.
It was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walshe. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One kind of thing. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Casey and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They'll tell you Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Lulu, who had his own real estate. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walsh referred to as a dream job, where she got to work for Kitchen Spire. And she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse, but he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of going for $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to DC. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in DC, and Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a person by a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Fastow from her former boss, Jem Lulu. Fastow will testify. And he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Rhode Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. Went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. She couldn't. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Pakistan on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a barre class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in it. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. Mr. Blue will testify. He went over to the Walsh family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. The adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids, actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He characterized them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to you. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone in this place, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 p.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walsh at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Her phone number for Anna Walsh described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. She hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin the process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate it. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walsh interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walsh home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walsh family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walsh. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair, that Anna had her dream job, that it was taking care of the family, and conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter, that this case was causing stress on his marriage, that he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy, that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, she embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left. So that emergency. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walsh had approximately $2,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walsh, and that Brian Walsh was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walsh house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walsh was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walsh, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walsh managed for Tishman's Fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Rupert Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit, how long missing to be dead, Can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search, how long does DNA last? And then an article, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after. Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning, early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Sites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, "You want to get away with murder? Use a special detergent." This type of activity in the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body? How to dismember a body? Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walsh told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walsh residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walsh residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, one traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, the apartment complex, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swansea. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You will see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotics. You'll see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swansea, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon, January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Bronx. You will see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You will see someone go into the dumpster and then leave. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swansville, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name on it, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Brian. And scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. Instead, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, 88 Connor. Jurors, why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg. And when you're comfortable and regain your focus, you may be seated. Now we'll hear from the defense, statements, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Madam. Brian Walsh lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Beginning about 4:54 a.m. began a frantic and tragic search that you will hear about. Hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose a body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walshe was dead. That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand. It's true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Anna Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Anna and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll have evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not easy. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes. You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained. That's the evidence you will hear. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community, but it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence Brian Walshe never imagined someone suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in marriage, stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. and that's the pending federal case. It had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in DC with the support of Brian Walsh. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? Well, Anna worked in DC. Brian. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between DC and Cohasset. Brian Walsh experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and him talked. They talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walsh and Anna, but between Anna Walshe and William Faster. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in DC, the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Faster will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Faster will testify that they behaved differently in public in DC to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Faster testified that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walshe had a crush on William Faster because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love, and all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian, I had some man looking into it. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in DC, it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish you would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022, paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse. Indeed, it was worth over $1 million. They own whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walsh's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time, that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in DC, that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walsh loved Anna Walsh. You will hear she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Faster. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. Hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Curry. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walsh was having an affair, she described the relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Curry. You will also see evidence.
Hey guys, just want to give you a closer look at this 2-piece set that I got off of Kufandi. This thing is so...
that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. 25, Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area. Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh. Now, she's back in DC. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in DC. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walsh wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see it naturally. He was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, some text between them about her catching her flight from DC to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them a plan, and what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walsh back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Anna Walsh says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walsh ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walsh told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. That Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, "Let's make 2023 the best one yet." She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Rob than those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walsh talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move to DC because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, Annie, her babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserve family assets. You have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walsh will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other homicide. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walsh was never going to leave Brian, father of their children. Jim Mutlow left on one third. Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable. It didn't make sense to Brian Walsh. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walsh was alive 1 minute and dead the next. All he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, people lost. He tried to hide so he could hang on to hope. Brian Walsh never killed him. Brian Walsh never thought about killing him. Never. Think about that. Brian Walsh is not.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg? 15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody just put show of hands, bathroom break? Okay, hold on for 15. All right, we're going to take a break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. What is that? Front row.
This is a Southern sin. Break.
Anything from the defense?
No, you're.
All right, we're about a 20-minute break.
This
and,
is
I'm
a
off the
Southern
lineup today.
sin.
It's going to be
Breaking news
Sergeant
special.
Harrison Schmidt for
Be
the
sure to
entirety of the
like
day.
and
The
subscribe
intention is
now.
to get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the
This is a Southern sin. Breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to mount a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., catalog this tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this home located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as disinterring of the body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walsh after after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to mount the body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., catalog best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this home located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as disinterring of the body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to unbound the body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., catalog best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this home located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as disinterring of her body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
Not yet. So I noticed during the opening statements that this room, which.
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine. But I'm going to ask all the people in the front row to move it back. And we'll see how it sounds in this next time. And
What's it like to get glasses from Moscot? It's like talking to people who really know their stuff. It's like knowing frames.
what you're doing, and I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them in.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thanks, sir. You can be seated.
Step right in there.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, S-E-H-M-I-D-T.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create items.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
Since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team? Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue. If they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with Metrolec and Cohasset Police Department, how many failed investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
What are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you in that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on the way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about the street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked in a minute as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
No objection.
objections to the group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you have an index of what the designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right, so any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't, to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are inaccurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. If I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you can put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
There's a door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table.
And then when you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is exhibit now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that crate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this in the exhibit yet, but I have it on an individual drive.
All right. Subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this will be, are you offering it?
I'm going to have this marked as the exhibit. And
All right.
Ms. Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the order is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence and Sir Brian. Can you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Walsh.
Brian Walsh, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right the right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this today. Could you just do me a favor and just start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're going to follow shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'll get you what I need, please? Yeah. Okay,
1 second. Whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Honest, you guys behave, thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes, I can show you she sent me that.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up, you can look through all of that, but that was the last one she sent.
This is
That's
word text.
No, she texted me so I would know when she was coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text name was on, so you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. There's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then if I just look at.
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some video of that. And then you'll get into the area where I start texting them. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open. Trust me. That's.
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m. you text flight on time.
Right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So okay, Friday 7:59 a.m. landed. And then it looks like Friday 12:07 p.m. Photos of Anna and the oldest, Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so she.
She'd take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay.
The ones that she had.
Very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so, yeah. So I took the photos, a lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Monday 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m., another text. Yesterday, a text. 6:39 a.m., continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she's in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a app something. Okay. So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her son died last week, she called him on Viber. So I thought, call Viber. Okay. Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation to get in touch.
Okay.
Before going to this over.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
and it's on Verizon?
No, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and she just ported it over.
She got the number over to their system?
I don't know, she took the phone over. Okay. So that was moved over. Okay. But I think she took the number as well, because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay. Yeah. So she took the family plan number and then started paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see that around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah, she always Uber or Lyft. That's
Uber or Lyft.
Yeah,
okay.
And Uber was.
Okay. And then, so she gets dropped off here?
Yeah, usually they drop her off further down because they don't find the place. So that's pretty much.
Sure. So
that's why I was in contact. When she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC. Normally, like off pretty quick. So, yeah, right. So if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation. Sure. She's supposed to be here, so.
Sure. Okay. So she comes home. Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing?
Yeah. So I
through the weekend.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some appointments. She was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care, where the daycare is from. Yep. And Thomas was off, so I said, David Thomas, I'm just going to go. Okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. Okay. And then, she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay. And so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
what's the gym?
Yeah, it's Barman.
Barman?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Los Angeles to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Brian. Do you guys just stay in the house? Or do
Yes,
you
yeah.
go
No, we didn't go
for lunch?
No, we were just here.
So she was here, you were in some errands?
Yeah.
And you just hung out?
Yeah, they go with the kids, doing that.
So then she hits Barman in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday?
Yes.
And washing nails?
Yes, and that was the last time I used my phone to say, okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. And then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I'll give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Kansas, the Wonderland. It's an indoor place. Okay. And then my son took my phone to his work. Okay. Sorry. Okay. you, thank you. Okay, Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize a movie? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. What happened was, I was like, oh, that would be great, so I get ready, because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jim.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while, so I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the Jim. Yeah. A lot of people named Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
dinner here.
Yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 things, the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to me. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out into that. So, he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she's on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning, Sunday. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC.
Okay. So
I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, we made this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me,
Some kind of.
but there was one of the buildings that leaked, another building the FBI raided at one point, another building there was a disgruntled tenant, and so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there, so I didn't know because I didn't want. I was like, all right, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day, 4 to 5 days, and I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a loose top bag, and she didn't bring. She just other stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place, or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she had to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left, he got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. If you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi. And I was like, he was driving the car. He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi.
Maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to that?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 8,000 points. She's not getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more. You had to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
That makes sense. So She's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, that's a focus.
Yeah,
One
gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I got. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston. So it's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to international or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, this is my 6-year-old, yeah. Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, ahead of his time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastic.
Yeah. Why do you think Thomas was up?
The Cuisinart Air Fryer Toaster Oven is your canvas of self-expression. It heats evenly and is much faster than the oven, because you shouldn't have to wait to enjoy whatever this is.
Perfect.
Work of Cuisinart.
Dinner and celebrating, he came and said jam. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake." So he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "Mom, my head is early."
Yeah.
And he said, "I already know that, Daddy." He's fine.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal, but he'd been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
and
the boys, and Jem.
Yeah, well, the boys were all, we put them to bed. Jem didn't make it to late.
Okay.
And Anna took them to that play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. Canton is an indoor play, but I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna,
and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, then Thomas came and hung out, and was like, went to bed.
So how did that progress? How late did stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, we get it. Yeah, it's bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was doing with the phone a lot, and she got a message from Bella, who I spoke to today. It was like, hey, you didn't see me when you left, and so he was sad. She was seeming, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure of her job. And she made mention, even Jem spoke there were a lot of things she didn't like doing, which she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before, so I was a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. Anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So she was invincible. And so that was going on, and she said she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
so maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me, and I was like, that's odd, but I know what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get to Friday because she was just too much work. She's trying to keep up with. Hi, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time, and it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly did she? How many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months. We were here for a few months, and then Things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay. And then, at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at Boston. And that wasn't working out. And then she moved to DC, and I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long. And then, things progressed. So that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine it's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, when we were divorced, we enjoyed family
You
time.
loved it.
Yeah, everyone loved it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So, leave between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jim leaves at 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1. And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, I'm gonna be there earlier, stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time. Maybe she was having a lot of time. Yeah,
that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and then she was to catch a early flight.
So she only got, his wife always retired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before, I want to say, because I got sick too. The kids got sick, and I got sick, and she can't, everyone got sick.
Boys aren't around.
Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on the 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better, but I noticed a difference there. And then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up and you hear her in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down. And then she does the final, cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be moved, because the boys are gonna get up." So I was like, "You're right," but she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yeah.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think it's for me, but it's for Anna. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really. So it's her domain, but everyone is called saying that they saw some action on the Facebook. Jen and Della, and I said, it must be me, comes through, and I look at it. I'm like, no, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been no, I don't think there have been any new posts. I've asked everyone
to keep an eye out.
Yeah, there have been any new, everybody does not seem like she's on Instagram, Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other
All right, so Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had work at Mazda building. So I didn't hear. We spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day, because she worked all night, New Year's Eve, which I was not happy about, but she was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
one a few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was going to follow the first support right there. So I was like, yep. And then she calls. I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you. And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now, and I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, "I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine."
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it, put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I want to, I see first every time I have my wife 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, "Hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian." And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and
we're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone like that. Okay. And then the teacher inspired me to go back to I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, "Can you please say my Walsh called?" I called another building that we didn't pick up. I called her boss, Jeff Todd. I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it. And then it was Graham that called me and said, "Is everything okay?" And I said, "I don't know. She had work." He said, "I steal yesterday." Okay. And that's why things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened. It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So
is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always with her phone?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice from the phone.
Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for a while, we haven't had it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, "I'll call you right back." So, I mean, it's very, very good. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and she's like, "You need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure." I'm like, "Sure, of course, I understand."
Right.
And now this time, I feel like it's not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is always calling, she's like, "What's going on?" She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class, they're coming, global, the gentleman at Tissue Inspire is head of global security. So, okay. So I think we're doing a good job here.
Yeah. Do you have shared or access to her Uber Lyft accounts?
No. Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm running around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it. I have to. So it's
right. Does she have any family here stateside or in Mainland?
Me and the boys, that's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys are coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk. Whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so her mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back, So she went up, she was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No, no.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry, yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So,
any other siblings?
It's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, I think, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal, it fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along. But he's
that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
Very.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago that they had to, cancel it.
Okay. It's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Okay. Was Jimmy like best friends? I know you mentioned Jim with the whole.
Jim is, there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Little Washington. Jim and Bella called to say that she posted something. It's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
What did they want you to do?
At the Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town, there's Bella, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor, she made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she's been spoken about with that for several months, which is, I guess now about it. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield. That's his brother. Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house. Okay. And that's not a call. I don't settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. But I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are Alyssa is a DC contact. Adela is a DC contact. Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, oh, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house. But Adela did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity. And then that kind of brought you back down.
She was in DC. I was always involved. Like you're going back like from the beginning of our relationship. Yeah. Oh, go. Yeah, sure.
How long? Like when did you guys meet? When did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago with Wheatley.
Okay.
And then I like to say, I'll be DC, and then we met up and we started going out again. And then in 2013, we lived together in DC, and then that was working out. And I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then. And then she got this job in DC, and she said, "Oh, I'm going to go back to DC now as it works out." And I said, "Sure." And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just a work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see.
What is Amish furniture? It's shaker-style simplicity, a comfy country farmhouse feel.
I wondered if she had a second device as well. But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had.
Okay. Is it who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
I was very that, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better, much better at that. So,
Great.
with me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
Perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, is everything good and in order, or
yes.
Are there any stressors, or
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making.
Oh wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And our mothers had both of their health difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
But those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you'd like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like
just to run down, what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney? Or what's your representation?
No, I was.
I didn't know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person in the gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then I went to sentencing in October 8th, 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts. I'm sorry, in DC with my wife. She's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day, there was a possible resolution for the whole thing.
Perfect. Obviously, light at the end of time.
That's what we're looking for. The prosecutor definitely. I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She probably explain the law better than I can. But I was I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So when I get a cash judgment.
No, it's but I just I know. No, I want to get a whole picture. I don't want to hide anything from you, because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right.
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely.
Stress or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about, but under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any, but please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is, don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes, yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point.
Yep.
And now she had to start carrying her passport. Yeah, so, but now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas. And so the only way to identify him properly. Sure. So she brought those passports here and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
No, not that I know of. So for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but the biopsy said it was fine on her side. And but she kept saying that she felt that she was recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying. Okay, and flying in, and then when she gets not restful, the kids are like. So I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You gotta get because she's the whole weekend leaves early in the morning for work, and then now her work schedule had really, when she got back, work schedule really got very tight. So she'd taken 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time in the holidays or anniversary, so it's bad.
So you're not aware of any other health issues or anything coming up? One biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very good at diagnostic for me. We really talked about everything, and no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, and most of my clothing is in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was going to take a month or two. Yeah. A lot longer. So, we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff
up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat that I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat. Yeah. She said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, so I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat. Don't get cold and get sick."
Right. So you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse.
Well, it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been at that house. It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all
with the first LV. I mean, I had to become what my wife is.
Yeah. Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing.
Just classic, like what I had, like I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, it was. Yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always. That was all the thing. Or even. Further back, I was one of the memory.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so the fresh memory was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No, actually, Anna, she met me started to drink more. And then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve, we did have some stuff like that.
Completely reasonable.
But no, Anna's, totally through there always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags. Anna picked it up on Saturday. And I have one. I said, yeah, one of these is for you. Sure. But because things went so, all right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the New Year stuff, and then she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, I never had an AirTag.
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk all right up, and she's the one like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So
yeah.
So I would always just say, oh, we'll wait till you come back. I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
It feels like expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset. Okay? Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I just noticed. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
100 boots were gone, blue and gray, the duffel bag, and then the purse that she brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
like,
this one. No.
Ring doorbell. I know it's a rental, but,
yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but I haven't been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything around. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed, we had the door, what's the, not ring, but what's the other?
Arlo?
Not our.
Blink.
Yeah, there's a lot of them now.
Ring, Arlo.
What's the one with the thermostat?
Subscribe to at Southernson and hit the bell for when we go live.
But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment, when we were at Jerusalem Road, we had 3, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call, or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. So she's very good with that, yeah. But no, I just not here, I'm sorry.
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
the photos I have on this?
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's 5,000 photos. Glasses back, please. What glasses, please? Okay. You said it would be okay if I went around.
Yep.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell them not to, that's not. William, please. Oh, no, I would like to say, I don't know what to learn from, but I'm pretty sure it's me. You're taking that, that's your brother, so he's gonna get very upset. Thank you. All right, can I have the glass back, please? All right.
During that interview?
An iPad.
And when it's heard the defense saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what are this?
This is the front of the house that it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from this photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first bathroom as the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take this the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken in family room.
And what is at the back end of the sunken in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is that sunken living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 625? Now, what are the homes?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs up to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms, kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home?
Lay down on one of our mattresses, it does this thing called column buckling, where it's going to collapse under the heaviest.
Be to your back, enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's two bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the two bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 287309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gillen, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have exhibit 307320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left hallway.
And could we have exhibit 317321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have exhibit 327259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have exhibit 337269? What is this, sir?
The attached bathroom.
And could we have exhibit 347335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a old safety device.
We have 357336. Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have exhibit 367340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have exhibit 387557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the side of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house. So the basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the ground pool.
We have exhibit 40, 7080. And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No pool cover on it.
Could we have exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And exhibit 37092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back house.
And sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well? Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
I'm just gonna going by, sir. I'm gonna let it go. Sir, did you find anything that night there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
The Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo tonight?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Further investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by a flight on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro D Police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to like scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer because it was wider than the pike pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Turned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I've been contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
A Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore?
Correct.
All right. So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there are any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us?
The rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
Checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the trooper at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house.
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers?
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The name Robin Howe was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to, what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
Have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Connor and Trooper?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We're home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Subject. Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until Anna left. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally goes 7 or around 7, so when it's about late, and then I get up, and then sorry. Then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning. I didn't. I'm 50-50, 100%. So we went down and I made French toast. When the day's off, I make French toast, and so I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother and later, so the kids and I played all the gifts and things that we had at the house, and then Robin showed up at 2, and then I had to go out to get some milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got a bit late to my mother, and then we went to Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. That was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview. And you said that, I think you said at the beginning that when you were about 6 when she was leaving. So you did wake up and
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just like, bye, and I went back to sleep.
and no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too. I used to do kids. So.
Okay. And then, but your son also saw Anna before you left?
Yeah, when I came down, I said, sorry, Mom, I had to go early. And he said, you're absolutely fine.
So this is like 7-30 years old?
Yeah, I think he was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah, clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore. Can you tell me what she was wearing? When she left, if you remember? I'm sorry. I really, she never dressed her underwear, I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it in her, but sometimes she's getting herself ready in underwear normally. So but I know she always got a dress or something on that's her standby, or she had one of the flowery dresses, but I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore, she had to have worn her short black coat, because I was listening, she wore her unders, which is odd. Normally she wears fancy shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag,
Yeah.
and then she had her black bag. I think it was product one, but she has like 5 or 6 product bags.
Confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up in the
No,
house here?
the only thing that turned up was when you were here last night at Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
she left her sunglasses?
it was Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there, because they go in there and start like taking stuff. So.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all, and the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out, and the week before, she was late for Christmas, because as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her, I called people, and she's like, hey, I missed the flight, I was canceled, I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone, and she wasn't coming, so I had it off. Then I should have called her on Tuesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have the was I think it was bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it. Robin, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went to the garbage to look for it, because I guess they brought the phone on his phone away a while in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down. And Robin was there. So, and then he got it for my mother. So. And that's when I called. I got my phone back. I called. That's when things I got normally not. You can call. It's been a while. That's the last thing that's going on. So I didn't give me the exact what's going on with the emergency. Normally she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI. So at one point I was building either leaks in Mazda or TJ Maxx was going to leave, and then there was just one resident that she was. So anytime she has one of those big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called one at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday. So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33, because at the moment I got it.
2:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast, do errands, OJ, and milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was the French toast, and then they would play with toys. They were watching a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then, you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after I saw that around 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Rob.
They stayed with Rob.
Yeah, they stayed with Rob. But I was considering if Anna was here, maybe we were all gone. And I would have gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had scheduled for.
So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people come to visit and support, so I couldn't get it, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so, the pickup truck, who's that?
That belongs to Rob.
Okay, so.
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then press, so.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And what is she? It's the Swampscott. Address?
330 Paradise Road.
What was that?
I'm doing something.
Okay.
So, it sounds like Anna had a really productive job.
That's true. Some people.
It sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that it was overhead, as I said, it was huge. It was a job of her dreams, and she'd done like 2 or 3 times the money that she could make before, and she was worried that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, it's a lot. And what did she have to do?
She worked for Jen, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she?
Yeah, she was, so he runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like, way larger scale.
Yeah.
Like multi-billion-dollar company, and yeah, it was a lot. I mean, it was overwhelming. It was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know in the previous conversation we had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned the distance issues that you had on your end.
Yeah.
This job, your cost and pressure.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna ask you, point of question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
Never, no, she never said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year was being, and like she was really unhappy about the trial, and things taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I only have 100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, it's huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist, who was supposed to actually brought that up. Like, I spoke to Jim about it today. He's spoken to me back today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. She had a big way. So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past talk of it, no past attempts of it?
No. And
is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together and think about when the kids grow up, what time we have together. So, during the pandemic, with all the time for us, it just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, we think about and we're good groups of friends. It looks like we really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't the problem. Also, I mean, there's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family, her mother and father for 47 years. And for me, coming from a divorce family, not enjoying that was like, it just really wasn't. I mean, at least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she was telling us something as well as that possible, but for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, you would live together in DC, right?
We lived together, for a year.
And then on some problems, like you said, I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I think the boss was like, DC's not working, and then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not, That's not a fair statement. One thing I like DC is just, it was, maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers, and I wasn't used to what a relationship meant, and I was a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it. I realized that she wanted to be with me, and then being boss, and it was fine. So, and then things worked
Ms.
out
Gilman,
really
could you
well.
pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. With our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close your notebooks.
You may step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walshe after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walshe told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to mount the body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., had best to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walshe came here to this home located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walshe drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walshe drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walshe property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walshe was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as dysentery of the body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on At Southern Sin. Thank you for watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
The disappearance of mother Anna Walshe.
Her husband now charged with her murder.
All eyes on this accused killer.
Mr. Walsh was suspecting his wife of having an affair.
The massive trail of evidence.
This incredible timeline of Google searches.
It shows everything that was in his mind.
He searched how long before a body starts to smell.
The disappearance of Anna Walshe murder truck.
This is a Southern Sin. Breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to unfound the body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., catalog best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this home located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of a body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to mount the body. At 5:40 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., had best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without body? At 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this home house located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Cleaning products, mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of the body.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
Your Honor, record Ms. Walsh is back in the courtroom.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, before the jurors come in, could I ask? We have created a blank calendar for the jurors and for everyone. I believe it was a motion to eliminate and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass and I'll have the court pass on to the jurors?
I'm fine with that. Any objection to that?
No, you don't.
Right.
And I'm giving one to the clerk. Well, actually, I thought you go record first. Skip it.
It's not H.
Thank you.
H, right?
What's up, Paul? All rise for the court, please. Jury's hearing. May you stand, please? Court is back.
You have the witness back on the stand?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Your Honor, you wait.
Oh, we'll wait till he gets back on the stand.
May we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player,
You may.
Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
And I was happy with it at that point, but that was, I mean, we grew up.
And I'll ask, what is there? You or
No, not at all. Certainly not with me, and not have any information on them. Like everyone who called me, it's amazing. Like how to work all this. The same story that I had. Is the same story Alyssa and Bella were passing over babies that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys, and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would like eat her bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised that, when we were younger, we were seeing, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
But your experience, you had no suspicion that she was seeing someone else and doing something like that, no indication to you that was going on?
No, at all. I mean, obviously, we were partners. We spoke a lot. That's why, we were like, don't worry if you spoke. But we spoke all the time. We speak in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, like she had a ring, talk about her husband and the kids. I mean, that seems weird to have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in DC, and when she came here, she was talking to you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with you, like a girlfriend?
Yeah. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Rima?
I know I spelled the first name, not the last name. Rayma. Rayma. So Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with. Ferre, Ferrer.
All right.
And you said at a Park Plaza?
Yes. So Ryan was so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. I'm trying to think who else were people that she would lead. Ryan was the biggest. Cham, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm going to start to rhyme with Jam. Well, Peter Curry was here.
Oh, Peter came by?
Peter came, he didn't, I was like, I'm fine, he showed up anyways. It was like community support, so that's Alice's brother. He lives in Marshfield, so, we're pretty close with them.
So, you know Peter and?
Peter and Anna went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So, Peter Kirby, leadership training.
Yeah, and she was, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for the
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Part of the leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue about. So.
Nice. What do you think? What do you think?
First it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and I'm having a hard time sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC. And Jan and Della are like, where else to go to? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to work with Mars, anyone would be possible because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she was just like, go not say anything to anyone or large sum of money from one of the accounts and just, she wouldn't leave us or the kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What are you going to do for Megan? I know she's got the blue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. And, with my legal problems, it's been useful. And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
with like bank institutions, stuff like
yeah,
that.
so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Grand Bank. And she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple Credit
Yeah. So when we got the Chase cards with the Fidelity, which something happened. Something happened with the Fidelity card, which was in Belgrade. So that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have been was we haven't used that. And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't do the bank accounts. I don't deal with those, but I used to do all the investment accounts and all the
Obviously, we want to contact the banking institutions.
Yeah.
If any activity is going on.
Sure, I would. Yeah, I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase, the Fidelity. Nothing's going on. The Chase. I used the Freedom card, and the last time she used the Freedom card in Belgrade. It doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I was like, so I called her, don't use the card thing. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue. Like, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last sort of credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something. 4 weeks ago.
When's the last time you checked the activity on the card account?
I had to check today because the Freedom we use for a company I work with, Threshold, which is a sports card or mobility company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor, we put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking the card.
Okay. There's activity on that?
No.
Any transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States past year or two, anywhere?
So DCA to Boston, and then I forget if she went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Tishman Spire. Then she went to Belgrade, but that was it. Then she was complaining about travel expenses being a problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for what?
Yeah.
What was the destination that you really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "Why are we taking to Japan?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said, "It's good." She loves the Japanese food, so.
Going back to her phone, you guys have a phone or you had?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Tishman Spire, she's like, I decided what to do. She said, well, she wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
You have no access to like her.
I have no
records.
No, but Tishman Spire was, right? So,
Yeah, well, that's.
yeah, I thought you had the phone number.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was right over.
They always have corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, if she was on the family, I mean, I'm so upset. If she was on the family plan, I could like just like hand it right over to you guys right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother, my older brother, me, and all of them on it.
Okay.
Anna was married in the past?
She was, yes.
And what's the relationship like with her?
Don't talk.
How long ago was that
I guess she got. She must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was only like 3 years or so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking, because, they talk to Martha, like, they won't talk to me. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking. What?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time, we had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person, just didn't bring everything out, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he lives in DC. That's where they met.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp?
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the chase cars is under that married name.
Okay.
We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But that changed the name from, so it's on the Knipp on the car.
But it's still an active credit.
It's an active card, but we ever use it. There's $229 credit on it. It hasn't been, no one used it for the last 6 or 7 months. So.
You normally carry a large amount of cash.
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times she only had $50 with her. Like she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought in a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in. We went there. Lives in. What's the? I'm sorry, it's by the water near Boston. Winthrop. They live in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had it, $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
For personal use?
No, she just like cared if we had cash for fresh bowls, or if there was some money I could give to it. But then she would forget, so that there were times where she'd be carrying a lot of cash. I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time. I don't go for the moment, so. But there are times where I said to me, "Why is she going $50?" But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble of the month.
No, actually, we're better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but with the new job and where the real estate has worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's
No.
Day?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, but everything was fine. We were excited, what she wrote, Peter saw what she wrote, so I think it was very positive, and Jen was here, and, excited, like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is gonna be the best ever. She was like, and it's not, they are at all.
You guys have you had like made arguments in the past, anything?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, the integrity is that we haven't arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately refer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks. And those are 2 weeks of vacation. I was like, I don't think you hear the voice for 2 weeks. So I have to go to Belgrade. So yeah, that was our biggest argument. I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother reminded me. I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was going on at the time. Here that we have contact with her daily.
So you normally have any contact with her?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you go no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week of December, there's points of December where there was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here, she wasn't. And I was like, I'm going to follow some person before you're missing, where are you? But like 24 hours, 6 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it. And then I did. So I feel pretty good.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like? Just any time, like during the last couple months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
Work.
I mean, well, yeah, it's been like she always says, "Hey, hello, and this is what I'm doing today." I say, "Oh, the boys are up." Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We have a recap. Anyway, at night I was like, "Oh, I'm tired." The kindergarten today. She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I do all the cooking normally." So I'm going to get something to eat. And, it's just a recap of it. Normal as if we were together. Yeah, as if we were together without being in person. But there were some nights that I remember December, like 23rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, we didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we went to bed. The kids sometimes go to bed like, "If you guys not coming, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was like, I guess you sleep tonight." So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues at all with Anna? Does she have any indicators to you that something is amiss there, or any diagnosis?
No, and not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess they're not. Yeah, probably pushing. It's the pushing. Not mental health. Yeah. Sorry. But no, probably. If I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No, none of that stuff.
It's for us going in here. It's tough because we obviously want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people don't miss it. I'm trying to get the answer to those questions.
Well, please feel free to ask me questions that you have. Don't worry about looking at standing here to find out and you're working for her.
Well, right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, no, sir. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. I don't want to have this family. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
guys never had this fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, so there's no mental health, no financial problem, no extramarital affairs, physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing now is the work,
Being separated.
separation,
Yeah.
depression from a combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a, major neurological event last year. And she had to go to Belgrade, so it was like pressure from that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until, I'm looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. It seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about all of those things seem like a lot.
To you or to her?
I think, well, we discussed them both, like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children. She was missing a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up, like how to go with her and he wants to split it up. So why did they all the kids? And I was like, how's that going to be for your job? I mean, we did not have a good solution. Up until, it felt untenable until right now. Go back to that moment, it's very, very easy to deal with that because my partner would be here right now to work it out.
Where would you go to look for it? I mean, if you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it? You have a favorite place? You have,
We've Val and everyone, we're exhausted. We do all the hotels and the hospitals. And favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day, people or something like that, to say, well, maybe we should go there. But I don't know. Anna was not someone who would just want to go out and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her to, her flight was delayed, so I said, go into town. I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be, she would always want to do it with me or at least someone else. I like to think it would only be with me, but obviously, it wouldn't be something, she would just go off on her own, like my father would be traveling by himself and seeing what he need and things like that. So that was not my experience in Anna.
and this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't, I personally can't imagine that. But she did, I remember, I talked to Alyssa about it today. She's a friend of Carrie Westbrook. And she was going to see her. They came up at the end of Washington together. I don't know what happened. She was trying to get there, but SIM card broke and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her, she had a FaceTime with Private because the SIM card was broken. And I was like, I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, hey, you're breaking, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that. So that was new, and Jan said that she seemed different, but the extent that you're talking about, this extent, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
Before Christmas. No, the SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly. So we got.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. Thank you. Part of that, I think, is trying to understand Anna. And I think if you would allow us to look at your phone and send to us down on your phone, we can see some of the communications between you and her and her phone. And you said in the interview that she said that you use your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Anna. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all the contents to your phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though is, what we're interested in, yes, download everything, but we're interested in looking at Anna and finding information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Anna specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is a lot.
You know what I mean?
Your concern.
I don't know.
Your other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be like, because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on, and
who's that?
Tracy Myers was representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I got to call her about it.
She said before you do anything, like turn on the phone or anything?
No, before you do anything else. I mean, she always wants to be here to talk about it. And I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them whatever they want. But I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it'll be fine, or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that you're asking for?
Right. Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Anna and dates of the 31st and the 1st of presence. We're not interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And that you said, I believe that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, I believe that requires certain stuff to be used against you, and that's not what we're looking to.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes of data.
It's a smaller one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 32 hours.
Okay, so now.
An hour to download. I think it would be useful to our investigation.
Okay. All right, well, I wanted to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. And at least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Just so you're aware, Denny is mine. We don't have time, not investigate the crime. This is the person.
No, I understand.
We're here at a community care saying.
No,
just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that. No, I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to. I'll be very quick. And if Tracy and I in the morning, then we'll process. I'll just give you the phone, or I'll come to Canton, or I need to be away from. I do a lot of work on the phone as well.
We can come get it, and we get it. It should be here.
Yeah.
Oh, really? We have a portable device.
Okay.
Bring it here and do a download. The guy who works in my office that does it efficiently. I can send him over.
Okay, great. So, you guys, gentlemen, honor my request to give me room to talk to Tracy about it.
No one's taking you from further.
No. I do not, but I don't. I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it is. But I just have to make sure that that I listen to all the advice coming my way, which is a lot. I do apologize, but I most likely will be able to do that, and I will do it tomorrow. And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what positions do we hold that Anna had on her person? What's in her wallet? Like, I know she had a wallet, she didn't bring her sunglasses.
She has a ring and her wedding band, which is diamonds. So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has, actually, she bought some, she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, Louis Vuitton, Prada, and she had a Prada bag or a Prada bag. And then, what else would she have? She was leaving a Rolex or Hermes watch. And
Rolex or what?
Hermes, HERMES watch. She would have, she had some small diamond earrings.
She was just wearing all this when she left.
Yeah, I think she had the Rolex with the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch.
That she arrived.
Yeah.
She's not here now.
Yeah, so because everything's at Washington DC.
What's
all of our stuff is in Washington DC, like 2% and stuff.
This stuff came out of this.
Yeah, it's all this came in.
It's just a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
Like leather boots, like Prada boots or something she wears. So that was I heard about it. What was it? Who was there?
Does she leave any belongings here, like toiletries, any?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the back that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has pajamas and there's underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in. Remember I took you upstairs and there's Brian's room? Yep. Yeah, one of the drawers there, she's got all of her clothing. Okay. But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has and then she brings some stuff. So.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
You had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all the 6-year-old was.
What do you got later?
Did you make some? Oh, did you just make parts? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
We are going to explain it.
Okay with you? Oh, yeah, it shows us this. I asked Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well,
I like this.
Not bad for some. Oh, they got it. But the gist was that, and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So his mother came down and then said, "I gotta go." And then one of the things, "I love you. I love you, see you soon." And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi, and I was the car up here. He said, "No, it was all the way down there." So I said, "You didn't see the car." He said, "No." And I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, so, yeah.
It's pretty much what I want to ask him exactly.
Yeah. So it's, yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So.
We'll let you go into the obviously, doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
Yeah, and he kept saying it was a taxi. I was like,
but I know you mentioned, I can't remember, did she normally take Uber or Lyft?
Normally, she has Lyft as well, I know that.
Have you guys ever called the local taxi company?
I have, I called, John's Taxi or something several times, I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call and, I would call in the mornings, I just book it on, very hard to get it at like 5 in the morning. Right.
How did you normally get to the airport?
Uber, yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back to us.
Because we've called as well, and they're like Because I said it's, sorry, I can't do that. But that's like a Jen, a Deller, like, well, we just have to find out what it is. I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like,
Absolutely, yeah.
not a business account or anything.
All of the apps and stuff are under, yeah.
It would be under like her.
Ocean Spy? Or? Oh, no, nothing like that, no. The last thing was that credit card.
It's a pain to change names over in your account, sometimes you just leave it alone, you know?
Yeah, well, when we met, she moved to Nick, and then when we got married, she moved to Nick and Walsh. But I was a lot of moved to Chips, but maybe in Belgrade there is. And she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay. She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she at US also?
Yes, yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Or does she carry it around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a US passport with her. She carries her, like the Serbian passport, she wouldn't carry because it's not useful. They want it here in the United States.
I'm just gonna sneak in there, if they're asking Tom's questions, I don't wanna ask them the same questions, I just wanna see if they're asking them.
What's he working on? It's Brian here.
With the ask
Can you decipher for me? I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us, and he's got the happy face in the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there. And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's not. He was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on. A grand old time with all this. They're so used to the last 69 days, and I'm working on mommy comes to bills. Like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Like, okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you require or request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have trained professionals who just use kids, it's not a police officer. The civilian that works with the VA's office, and it's not at a police station, it's actually at a very nice house. Foxborough, Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably so it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on
Beacon Road.
yes, that's it. Road. But it's right behind like generally, and it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
You want to talk to the family?
Just bring the kids. Well, obviously the 2-year-old is yeah, not speaking, I guess, much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone. So
I think you can bring all the kids and toys for them to play with. And, see if we just have the person ask them questions about mom and last time, recent conversation with her, and that's pretty much it.
That's fine.
And it's really kind of like a nice, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see it when you sit down before anyone talks to anyone. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow.
What time?
I don't know what time yet, but you can call tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta just, we normally take him to school. So, I'll certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about, maybe we could do all of it tomorrow.
That's actually, that one's a good idea. That would be convenient.
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm an emergency, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, What time are you here, about 7 in the morning, you said?
Yeah, personally.
That's what time my house gets up.
Yeah, no, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old is starting to give you feedback, right?
Oh, yeah, he's fresh. It's on house. Let me see if I can get the time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the questions, you know, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do it. That's what you need to know. Man.
We're trying every avenue here. You know what
I
mean?
appreciate
So
that. Yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit.
All right, great.
Something will jump out. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You won't have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow as far as like children being interviewed.
Mhm.
So it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing they're probably pretty flexible, but like you said, try to get it done. Time is of the essence. We
Well,
want
waiting
things done as possible.
till Monday makes no sense at this point.
No.
We have no time.
Yeah. So we can talk in the morning and confirm. I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it. I think we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work.
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
Hey, buddy. That's hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm gonna help you find it, okay? Okay. That made a terrible mistake of giving the iPads at a young age. Now that's ruined everyone's life. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss Ken is gonna give me a time shortly, so before we leave.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
Anything else you want to add before we terminate that?
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or is she leaving anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, certainly look into that. If that's supportive, I know you got to look everywhere.
Right.
Your job, I'm not. It's neutral. So
We got a new set of eyes, so I'd like to just.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
No,
last time,
right.
so we definitely want to do that.
Okay, it's not one that you can like walk around. And,
Right.
We tried that and I broke the ceiling. I fixed it yet.
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
Time works. Clock sounds okay to you? 10:30 or?
How long is the session? Because that's an important thing.
It is. I mean, it can go a long time, but
Like an hour?
those are, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. This instance is going to be like more of just like a conversation. You know, how's mom, you know, their sense of how mom is and stuff like that. Yeah. So I think it's going to be, I guess my answer is I don't think it's going to be terribly long.
Well, you think it'll be more or less than that?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so it's an hour.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out timing. I think 10 would probably work out just fine. So.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get you the address before we leave. And we'll I'll prefer we'll talk in the morning.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No, I haven't been before. Yeah. No problem.
All right.
Yeah, do you want me to, mark this up?
Yeah.
All right, it is, 20:53, Thursday, January 5, 2023, starting off the report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
People talking at the table.
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Nick are interviewing the defense mother, Diana Walsh.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again? What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator, there's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
What did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We shedded the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
Did anyone give you permission?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes.
And what did he say about the cell phone?
It was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's.
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked media and a PR person, and I had asked about if Anna carried large sums of cash on her. He said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to them.
What did you say?
I said he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And what did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
What did you do at the Cohasset Police Station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metro-Elect command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines. There was the Metro search and rescue team and the State Police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Now, was anything recovered in the search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvases were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper DeChico.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
And now, sir, when is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh? After the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th. And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes,
Does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
it does.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 5 the next drive that has the interview from January 7th.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right, they're acknowledged. The audio from 1723 is now marked in evidence as Exhibit 55. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I begin playing Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
The reporter is on. It is 13:52. 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with the Cohasset Police. Present is
Dave DeChico, DICICCO.
Julie Proctor, PRO, CTOR, Detective of Milton County.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walsh.
And I'm Brian Walsh.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about social media emails, passwords that Anna may use. And, so staying on that topic, let's just try to go through all methods of communication that you know. But you know she has a cell phone. Within that cell phone applications that she uses, I know of Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within texting like WhatsApp?
Yeah, it's so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is how she gets in touch with her sister mostly. But she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generate a secondary telephone number that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to?
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that. And the iMessenger stuff has been, people been calling her on that, coming on my phone over the last week, so.
And password for Instagram?
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff, the banking, so I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And pay over at capital B, $1 $sign payment.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were, like, that she wanted to get me on, so like the credit cards. So maybe the bank, I don't look at the bank accounts, but Netflix, things like that.
Back to any other methods of communication? Well, Facebook.
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I had. But Facebook, Instagram, email, text, and phone calls. I don't know if that's. Yeah. Right. So Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, we gave us 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union. Liberty Bay. Liberty Bay is a credit union or something. And they have they have one of their locations right here in England. Or is that a credit union in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Bay or Liberty Bank?
Liberty Bay. Yeah.
And didn't she recently open account to DC?
I think using her at the credit union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One. No, definitely. No, not for that one. No.
All right, let's, anything else?
The money that was moved from sale of the house to the escrow or 1031 exchange. I think what else? I mean,
Where is that?
yeah.
But I think you said, what was that, about $250,000?
Yeah, so 200,000.
And is that those are the proceeds from sale of the street?
Yeah, yes, 10, December 29th.
December 29th is when the sale of the boat.
That's what money is, yeah.
And what is the property that exchanges?
Well, there wasn't anything yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there's also, talk about something here in Massachusetts. But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus. No, there has been nothing.
And other properties in there?
2 in Lane, not in Revere.
And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade. There's a condo there and a small bank account that her and mother share.
That would be like an account bank.
Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is her
It's in
mom's?
mom's name. Then they have a piece of property across that her and her sister own. There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's her, it doesn't sound like she's international, but then there's the country house, which is 45 minutes out of Belgrade. That's in her mother's name. It was never in her father's name.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the US, those are all going to be Is there any fraud that she's doing on her without your?
Without my knowledge?
Well, your knowledge wouldn't know without your input, so to speak, like she's kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, that's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it. No, we talked about everything, you know, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for her car, all these things.
Or is like, obviously, expire and then real estate investment.
Only, you know, my company, the Nets company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do when I'm, you know, not watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we've built it up over the last 2 years. It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're going to go cash flow positive this year. Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training. Work with a psychologist or a workplace psychologist who's a business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So it's all about incident response.
Any major financial losses to that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the UK government. We've got possibilities, and we have a partner in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to companies over there. So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses that you have, is that your sole?
That's the main. That's the main focus. Yeah.
There's a trading card business.
Yeah, there's the that's not really a focus. It's just it's a mutual friend of Anna and I who asked for support and we've been, doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. Just wasn't a business that I was terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a large investment on your end for that? Or start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so. Yes, yes, yeah. The focus is to recoup that and actually to use that money for restitution. Yes.
What was the investment in the cybersecurity?
Yeah, I can actually have the exact numbers on that. We've, I guess it would be 90, so it was $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things go well, and then we got to close any of the UK deals. And once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partner's not taking any salaries out of those yet, though. So
your partner in the trading card business.
No, I'm not partners. No, I'm just yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. So I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm looking to unwind, and hopefully he got rid of one of his partners And now he and someone else are going to run it themselves when they're bringing on a couple other people. Just, you know, just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months. And he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly. Oh yeah, neither did I. They have some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So the plan for new partners, new investment partners is that how you're gonna recoup your 50?
Unclear at this time, excuse me, but he's looking on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's gonna, off the sales of that, I could recoup my money.
We brought out a resolution.
Yes.
What is the timetable for that result?
We don't have a timetable.
That's why
I have been pressing to get as much paid as possible, as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of harvesting? How that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, people have a time period to pay it, set by probation. It's usually 3 to 5 years, typical. But it's always beneficial, everybody, to pay off things as quickly as possible. So that's always.
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
Hardcore at 50,000.
Well, we've already paid close to 1,000.
How did we pay that much?
175.
That much. It's a little complicated because Brian's mother put up bail money of 75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So he's gonna get that back, but she's not getting it back. It's going towards restitution. And I think you paid.
So it's a 165. Yeah. And there's right, just so you know, honestly, what we come to DC, the reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, well, you're coming to DC, and we'll just pay the bill. I was like, exactly work that way.
So the monitoring that we want to do
it was supposedly, it would have been in October. Things going smoothly.
You say it's back in the weekend. That something you want to do for?
I went down to when we got here. I opened up at the local bank. It was just one of the oldest bank in the United States or Massachusetts, and I thought, oh, this is great. I'll have a personal account there. I never used the Hingham savings. All the restitution money went in. I took, so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But I never did anything with that account.
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
Possibility that you have an account that you didn't know about? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me, but I mean, it's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it. So,
going back to is there a possibility that you're going to be incarcerated while checking this?
Yeah.
On the table.
Of 6 months. But that has not, that's all been put under suspense because of it.
So that's also.
Because it's one thing if Anna could take care of the kids for 3 months, for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another.
but also, I mean, Anna and my mother both lost it. They were not having it. So,
Back in the day.
Well,
6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long. She's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, you know, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. She was, I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where the kids?
We've discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me.
Yeah.
And we discussed that on September 1st, because we only got this house for 6 months. I had said, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I will be able to see you or the children. And you'll be all by yourself. There will not be a lot of support. But, we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of, you know, not being able to see each other and other illness and having to go to Belgrade, take a vacation there, not here, I said, maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, you know, for the new year, and especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before, and also, you know, what was Tracy going to say when I take it with the kids and I try to do it with the kids. But I also said, you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like, you know, 3 boys at the house. We won't get on, so there was a lot up in the air. There's a huge amount of stress with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, lady over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We're going to ask her if that would work out. She was in Serbia. She asked a few people if she would fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer support the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago, now it's not possible. She's like, you're my mother, and I was like, your mother's never like that, she can't last. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching, her mother did help us a few years ago with 2, but it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her neurological incident last year, so.
So how did that conversation, like, where did that rest? Like where did you go?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and I was going to speak to Anna. I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay. So let's go back to the first year. We really need time out for what you did that day, and a good timeline for you. I know that in the previous couple interviews told us that I had left in 6 and got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after
7:30 breakfast. And
yeah.
previous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Why don't we just start at when you got out of bed?
Yeah, of course. So we go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change when the Williams room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still sleeping at the time. Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. You know, they started going early from work. And he's like, yeah, I already know. I'm saying, why? I was like, all right, French toast time. So Brian came down. I made the breakfast, and cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner. Emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love toast on days off. And then was the coconut melon was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. And I have the phone at the time. I think I emailed Richard. So Zach and Daniel, who are who basically working, they were always in contact every day, so I wanted to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I can only get emails on that and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I figured the phone show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house and it was to go to my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. The milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. Then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple of errands. CVS and Whole Foods is the main things that I remember. I told her, the usual stuff, make sure everything was going well, and then I drove back, and that was the main. Then I got back, at 8 or something like that.
In your house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it. It's my time are straight, so and I'm you call I'm 100% compliant on those.
So when you first left the house, Josh?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Pulls. Barnes and Noble is the place you get baseball cards too.
So you don't know if you're Walgreens.
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. Yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on it.
Okay. So then after that, you come home.
Yeah.
What do you do while you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
And like direct you home?
Yes, I did.
What was that address?
330 Fair.
Paradise
and Swampscott.
Your condo.
What?
Your
condos are one, yes, sir.
And that's private because of some family and stuff.
It's at something called the Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What are you going to do?
1320.
Okay, so you were directed on Scott. What route did you drive up there?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way, and then I came probably. So what did I do? I normally was supposed to go at 1 a.m. I went at 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to what's it called? The Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long did it take to get there?
Normally, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes, maybe. So I was probably there, I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where did you get lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
Right. And what did you do after also?
She didn't know that I was coming because I normally call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's like, "Who's Alex, your son? Supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I'm on the phone," and she opened the door, and then I came in, and then And then, we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then we discussed if she, I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from wherever she needed. A couple I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't know the exact name of it. And that's a couple things from CVS. She likes cleaning pads is usually, she can't have enough gloves and cleaning pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left, on to CVS,
and then there's the whole, I was just in the area, that small Scott area.
So Whole Foods and CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call it. Sometimes we stop and shop or, what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
You probably wouldn't want to stop shop.
Well, there, but the food, also the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods days and stuff. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously Market Basket and things like that. So
you get some grocery shopping.
Just a little bit, yeah. She does not require a huge amount. So.
And back home after CVS, Whole Foods, and what you say you remain there?
Yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, like what's going on, and she actually, we discussed. What Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said you get to DC family is one of the takeaways, and that was that's the main thing.
What's her ultimately get the DC people with you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live at separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, I'm not moving, especially with the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily. So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving, and she was like, okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening. So I get that. That makes sense. Yes, we were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Yeah, I thought that would be good for her and close enough.
Okay, so you guys are there, and you come home, you stopping on the way home?
No.
No gas stuff?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Like I gas, I'm sorry, I'll have to check. I don't think I got gas.
You only pay for gas or credit card?
Yeah, I was about to say I can pay for stuff in a credit card. So if I did get gas, I'd know. I use the Freedom card. Yeah, the cheap Freedom. That's a joint account. The Chase account is not yeah.
Okay. So from Swampscott, come directly home, and then take that look at the line.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it does sound about right.
Within those records, it has like a description. You have to notify them of what we.
Right.
And what is that? Is that on the morning when we come home?
Oh, no. So with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. I have permission to take to school or whatever it is. Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take the kids to a game that's not. I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask. chambers. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
I think the particular trip that on Sunday, when we went on, the description said mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was okay. So let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here. We were taking care of her. Then I drove up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to like stay here like for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until first. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery. And then she said, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
So you're here Sunday night, you go out. Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall off the top of my head.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. And normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for, I don't think for ice cream, something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. And what was the other thing? I think that was it. That was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
So you said Thomas will be able to stay here.
Other boys stay here with Rob.
What time she will
I don't remember. I think I had to come over pretty early because I left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, said, "Can you come on Monday?" I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, "Sure," but she texted me, said, "Is 9 okay?" I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but I was able to, that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day looking for the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. There was a speaker and there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but when it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any on Google Voice devices?
No.
Okay, so you called.
Yeah, that was it. I think, usually I go get a treat with Thomas. I got a one-on-one time with him. William also gets trying to mix it up. I don't have a huge amount of time. Oh, doing this over and hang out is good. I think is that what we wanted? They wanted to go somewhere. He was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is the what's that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. Oh, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured that he's like this. He's has to be tasty. So I was like, that's better than ice cream.
So, where do they, I mean, at what point do you really start to get
nervous?
Genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is like That was weird. And we're overtime, basically. So I told her, yeah, all the time. So the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like, at 6, I wake up.
Thank you for watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Smash the like button now.
And she told me to calm down, and my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was working at 12:31. No one seemed worried, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And I almost called work last time. I was like, not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't, and I should have. And then I didn't hear from her.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called Crossing building. I called Jeff Chon, I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, hi, what's going on? I was like, he goes, Brian Wallace, I'm his husband. Oh, thank you, sir. There, he's like, no problem. I was like, not if she's at work. And that's when this all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 4, yeah, 72 hours.
So you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down. And I was going to call work, and people, the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work, and that's why I kept texting. Where are you? I emailed her. I said, you're missing again.
Who's Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of. So she has a bunch of nicknames. That's Anna's sister.
I saw that you communicated with her through the
Viber, yeah.
And on the floor, you'd already pulled it out and you can't get a hold of it.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about police.
Tell her to wait to conflict because I was at the time I was talking to Petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was the guy with motion. He's the one who said I'll call DC, and he met them, and then he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going because he's ex-Secret Service and everything. So I mean, if I asked, basically, I was going to do it myself. I was like, let me do it. And that's the human resource officer, Teresa, who immediately got me in, who called me. She's like, I'm driving over now. I'm going to tune you in with Huey. So I was like, okay, because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said, we have support for you, but there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think they happened pretty quick after.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know this person, Greg, Huey came over and he got the information down and he came over and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
I think Richard Walker.
No. Who's that?
It's not last week.
On that, my mother,
yeah,
would like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up on people I got to run by, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly. Instead of focus. Anyway, she wanted me to raise it.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said, talk to Tracy, so.
But what does she want to offer for?
But you'll offer more, you're all right. See, that's what, that's your starting point.
Yeah, it's before that.
But before we do anything, we're getting the approval.
No, it's
from you guys.
important that we're still.
Sometimes they just make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no, we don't want to do anything
No,
that's
we're-
going to impede the investigation.
Yes, thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you. That's our focus.
When I called you that next day about the media.
Right.
Probably pick it up.
Yeah.
make inquiries.
Yeah.
That was, this is kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
More organization.
Yeah.
Media kind of has their own.
Yeah, I sell newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically, cool that, in a different time where, the rest of us are not really very well. And also to, protect you for, my other problems that happen.
Yeah. Angle here is to find out.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of noise from leads, from everywhere.
Do you have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just home to folks out here.
Okay.
Figured out for but does not.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
no, not right.
All right.
Obviously, we have
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you-
I don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why
you
you
know,
asking?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, as someone out here, she kept recognizing, like, it was the same person.
Really?
That would come out. I mean, I guess it's not a lot, it's not a high. So 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and, good driver. No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, right. I know that she, normally you never see an Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people drive that have direct company.
Right. I don't know if that ever, I asked, are you doing that? And at the time, when I asked, this is why I just said no. So I said, are you going to just hire him directly? She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that must have been a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
What rideshare service was
I'm pretty sure it was Uber, it could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know, she usually gets the regular stuff, whatever was available, and she was leaving very early in the morning with acid, so there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was gonna make it to the airport, because we couldn't get anyone, or they were 30 minutes out.
Obviously, with Anna missing, public and many people are gonna have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
It's something that Anna, it's important.
Tracy is prepared for that.
Yeah. We know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a real timeline for you and set out. Well, and any suspicions of that and prayer.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're doing the timeline. And what we did on Sunday and Monday, for the specific, but that's why I'm asking, I really want you to kind of think about it. Never stop when you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we can verify. What we can't verify. We basically want to know where you're going. Where you're stopped. But we also like to hear from about so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house was to go to Shaw's.
Yes.
And so we won't,
Sure, I forget about that. Possible.
back here, back out towards home.
Right.
We travel again up there.
Is Route 1.
So from here, like this, when they leave there, they'll have to decide.
I go right, and then I drive over to, I get over to the, I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the the left and go through all that. Then I get up on to 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then then we get to Boston, and through Boston, and then up, I guess it was 1A, but I stayed on 1 somehow, because I've gotten so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, but having directions, I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
At what point did you go down?
The ship. The ship. So there's the ship on the north shore. So you're on Route 1. There's a ship. The Christmas tree store used to be there. I think on the right. Yeah. So I think I've gone too far, and I don't know how to use my GPS in the Volvo because I never used it.
Okay, so you turn around or you keep going?
No, I looked around, and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here, and I was like over here. I could go across.
Okay, so you start crossing on 114.
I think so. Yeah, I remember that.
And that brings you over to what? To what room?
Well, I think it brings me over to Lynn, and then there I snaked around, and then got to the water and up to Swampscott.
Your condos and then check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied?
They're both occupied. Yes. You're welcome to, we have to talk to the tenants. We're welcome to look at them.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn, you go direct to Mount, is that right?
Yes.
And how long did the application?
Not long. Just it's a good question. I don't know the timeline. That was like 15 minutes.
Okay, so you estimate it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that. Yeah. So I was around 4. So I should have been out of there by 6. By 6 or around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to run the errands?
Yeah, I run the errands, and I got back, and I was there a bit longer, and then back home.
Again, the errands were to Whole Foods.
Yes, yeah.
And you had to go to the store because you were looking for the Whole Foods.
Yeah, I suppose it was at Whole Foods, and then CVS, usually the lights, the alcoholic lights and stuff like that, or. I do not, sir. I might have gotten gas, I don't know, I have to check.
And your mom's dropped that.
Yeah. I was out and on being there for New Year's, and she's like, okay, how are things going? I said, yeah, it was going, a great night. And then she's like, is Rob at the house? I said, yes, I gotta get back. And she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother had already come back. She's on her phone, so there's a lot of discussion about that. And then, me getting to see with the kids, she's like, I can't, this is going on too long. And, that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of the surgeries are done now up here too. So it took time. I've done cataract surgery, all my, checkups for my lungs. So this would be a good time to go.
You did have a conversation
Yeah, she asked, like, where's Anna? I said she had to go for work, and then she's like, she's working all the time. I said, yeah. Yeah. No, last time on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on. I was like, what's going on? And she basically asked a lot of questions. What's going on? I was like, well, it seems really odd that you have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, hey, I said I was going to take care of it. And then I said, all right. So I didn't want to get into it.
Subscribe to at Southernson and hit the bell for when we go live.
But she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, okay, well. And then she also said, I'm gonna have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. I remember her saying that she's like,
You are watching at Southernson, home of true crime. Smash that like button now.
after coming up for Christmas, so I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I mean, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're interested, I have there's no basis other than like, what I thought it might be. I thought at the Plaza building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks. Like, yeah, I assume something must have gone on over there. And she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She'd be like, well, I have to get over there. And she was always busy on the phone and stuff going on. So. Well, she lives, our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building. So she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't, I don't know. I mean, again, this is all like conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. Would be fine. But no, but she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and she's it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So that, I mean, but again, that was something that that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think you were
because we lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that?
She alluded to it when she arrived on a Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said we have to go back. She kept saying I have to go back early. Then after Jen left, she said I have to go back tomorrow. Right. In the morning, and I was like, well, that's somewhat surprising, but considering like the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, New Year, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed, and then she drove up, so she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That due also due to the flights and things like that.
Late on, forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, hard to leave.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to answer. No, I don't think so. I just was like that. I said, who else is working on that at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all this stuff out of there early. I could see that, corporate style. She did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title?
She was the regional general manager.
Both like a problem occurred in one of these buildings, not anybody underneath her.
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time. So she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham who called me was the new GM. And then Mazda was kind of her project because it was closing. So she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight this morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When did she actually show up with Christmas?
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day,
yes.
At 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. it was like they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we got it. That's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, don't, get a rest, which might have been better, but that's very her. That is her to very like all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you didn't suspect how I was lying to you. You're right, but if you ever suspect her of having an affair or suspect her of sleeping in
No, not when we're married. I mean, like when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last, 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not. And we have 3 kids, and I after I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and I said, this might not be the life I promised you. If you want to leave, I understand. She said, no, let's do it together. And we were, we're focused on our relationship. Kids, and it's more than just us; it's the children too. So. I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family. And this would be it would be totally like outside of her, value system.
How would you react if you told you that?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my first inclination would be like, we're going to divorce. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But she said, I assume, again, the story I made was that she's like, I'm leaving for someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. Well, I assume that if something like that happened, she would say, I'm leaving for someone else. Not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always have these conversations. I said, I know it's been tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing was like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's like having an affair. What do you mean? We've had conversations about, struggles of having being apart. And she was like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus. Yeah, there was, it was certainly difficult, but, we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, on, a regular basis. Not the same as if you're living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, well, when I'm here, like, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, like, well, I'll always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. She was also complaining, like, we're in a rental. She hates rentals. So. But her having an affair, I was like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. Every moment she was flying here or, sure. Anything's possible. All of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too. But maybe I always see it like one way. And then who would be with me? And I was like, I don't even know.
These work emergencies common? Is that anyone?
Yeah, I think I've been leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, upticks or something that seems like an outlier. There was a time when the FBI, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. One of the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda, like these things that came up that were disrupting her daily work. were things that we talked about all the time, and that it was, it was a huge pressure for her, and she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days.
Yeah.
Going home for a few hours, so kind of.
Yeah, so basically, I guess it's the same thing. She was gonna come in on so she was gone. She came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd, so 2 weeks in Belgrade. She stayed and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get, I started to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have a, I was upset. I had 2 weeks, in Belgrade and 1 day here. Kids and I, need more than that. So,
Your Honor. Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now?
No, it'd be a good time now.
Thank you.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day. So think about that. Get some fresh air when you can, either at lunch and get home. It helps my experience. Bruce, I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have, and that I expect you will be obedient to them. Bruce, don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media.
You are watching at Southernson, home of true crime. Smash that like button now.
Taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the Have a good night.
Subscribe to at Southernson and hit the bell for when we go live.
We're getting the first snowstorm. Lived here now a lot of years, so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have great confidence in, as it is.
This trial is wild. If you agree, smash the like button and hit us in the chat.
This afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4. And it sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow. It's appropriate to let you go earlier. I will if the forecast changes. But well, I don't want to jinx it. But I'll leave it there. Jurors, have a good night. And again, thanks for your attention today.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Leave them on the chairs. Me.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southernson today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.